the strategic map, instead of being an appendix, has now been brought in the main document. So within the strategic map, which we had presented on Friday, we have included a modification of some of the indicators which were suggested. Under section 4.4, which is the strategic objectives, the actions, and key performance indicators, you'll notice we have introduced the key performance indicators, which came initially, it was only in the implementation framework and the monitoring and evaluation matrix, but we have introduced it in the main document with the view that each strategic objective, we have crafted it in the sense that it gives the change which is expected by undertaking this strategic objective. For example, to develop and promote model laws for legislative harmonization, which is the first strategic objective. By undertaking that strategic objective, we have included the changes which will be expected by the end of the implementation of the strategic plan. And in terms of helping us assess the progress that the Pan-African Parliament will be making in the implementation of the strategic plan, after introducing the change or the outcome which is expected, you will notice we have included for each of the strategic objectives the key performance indicators for that strategic objective. For example, under the model, the strategic objective number 1 of developing the model laws, within the 5 years of the strategic plan from now up to 2028, we shall measure the performance of PAP in terms of the number of model laws drafted and promoted on priority issues, which all of them should be aligned to the AU objectives and Agenda 2063. And in the appendix, immediately after today's session, we shall be populating the monitoring and evaluation plan to indicate the number of laws, for example, which you will make within the 5-year period for all the committees. Number 2, we believe that by assessing the number of workshops and consultations which you have undertaken with national parliaments to refine and adopt model laws, that will also be able to tell us what the PAP will have undertaken within the next 5 years of the strategic plan. Indicator number 3, 1.3, is the number of national and regional forums that you'll be able to organize to explain the goals and benefits of the domestication of the protocols, the treaties, as well as the plans. And under 1.4, we believe during the process of developing the model laws, you may need to undertake some gap analysis studies. So the number of those studies which you have undertaken will be able to measure your performance. We also agreed from your input that you will be able to undertake a number of national, regional awareness campaigns. So by that indicator, we shall be able to measure the number of regional awareness campaigns that will be undertaken by PAP to popularize Agenda 2063 and align it with the national goals. We also believe and agreed from your discussion that you'll be able to, the number of reviewed and reported reports produced on the integration of model laws and treaties across member states will be a very important indicator. From the discussions last week and during the workshop, we noted that there is lack of a clear mechanism for undertaking public consultations. So we believe that at the end of the 5-year period of the strategic plan, there should be a delivery mechanism developed for undertaking public consultations and engagements by PAP. Under strategic objective number 2, which is on page 17, It relates to your core function of oversight, where you are supposed to oversight AU policies, plans, programs, and budget. And the expected outcome of that strategic objective will include enhanced transparency. You'll be able to strengthen accountability, and you'll also be able to promote effective utilization of the resources, and the implementation of policies, once you do effective oversight, will be promoted. And so those are the expected outcomes by undertaking that strategic objective. The performance indicators for that strategic objective, we have included 9 key performance indicators. One will be the number of pre- and post-budget assessments and detailed recommendations that will be made by the Pan-African Parliament for the attention of the AU Assembly. Then also the number of the percentage of post-budget reviews that you have undertaken, specifically focusing on the financial allocations and measurable impacts on the AU programs. We expect once you do oversights, you'll be able to write reports. So we shall assess, the strategic plan will be assessed on the basis of the number of reports on the annual reviews that PAP will have undertaken on AU policies, plans, and programs to assess how they are aligned with your mandate, but also the objectives of AU. So those are some of the performance indicators on that strategic objective. On page 19, which addresses the third core mandate of the Pan-African Parliament, Your Excellencies, it is to strengthen your representative role in decision-making, and we believe that the expected change of that strategic objective will include, among others, increased inclusivity, greater legitimacy of the work of the Pan-African Parliament. Then you'll also be able to improve citizen engagement, and the policies which will be formulated and implemented will be balanced because of your critical role, as well as bridging national and continental policies, plus, of course, strengthening peace and unity across the continent, which is one of your mandates. There are key performance indicators that will be used during the monitoring and evaluation of the strategic plan to check whether you have achieved that indicator by the end of the implementation. One, we believe that you will be able to organize the sessions where citizens and civil society organizations should be able to express their views and contributions to the processes of legislation that will be undertaken. So the number of those sessions that will be organized will be a key performance indicator. We also believe, and from your discussions and input, that you will undertake a number of activities to create public awareness campaigns on the goals and benefits of the domestication of the protocols. So the percentage of those advocacy activities that will have been undertaken will be used to measure the progress and the achievement of that strategic plan objective. The number of consultations which PAP will host with government ministries, civil society, the private sector actors, and local communities to generate input on how the protocols and Agenda 2063 objectives can be implemented locally will also be another indicator. And we also, from the discussions, agreed that you will undertake a number of policy dialogues. So the percentage or the number of those dialogues that will be undertaken will be a key performance indicator under that strategic objective. We also agreed with your input that you'll be able to undertake a number of delegations by the different committees to engage with different regions on the matters, for example, of political nature, the social, as well as the economic significance to the continent. So every committee that will undertake such delegations, once they produce the report, the monitoring of the strategic plan will measure the number of such delegations which will have been undertaken. The last fourth strategic objective, which is on page 20, is intended to strengthen the PAP's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial sustainability because of the challenges of resources which you are experiencing. And we believe that once that strategic objective is undertaken, the changes or the outcomes that should be expected include improved legislative effectiveness, where you'll be able to draft, review, and pass model laws that align to the broader AU objectives. We also believe there will be greater operational efficiency where the processes of Pan-African Parliament will be able to be streamlined, and you reduce the bureaucratic delays and improve decision-making. It is anticipated that that strategic objective will also result into sustained financial independence and enhanced human resource capacity, as well as the robust monitoring and oversight of the activities of PAP, as among other outcomes as indicated. For that strategic objective to be attained, we are of the view that the key performance indicators, one of them, you should have a revised organizational structure for purposes of PAP to improve efficiency and the governance processes. And alongside that, you should have refined and standardized governance processes, including decision-making protocols and guidelines on procedural guidelines. Then you should also have a comprehensive remuneration framework for elected officials. It should be developed. From your discussion, you indicated that key activity as part of the process of strengthening the capacity. Then a resource mobilization strategy will be developed and implemented, and that should be able to enable PAP to diversify funding sources and ensure financial sustainability. And in the resource mobilization strategy, we shall be able to indicate the kind of resources that will be required and how they can be acquired. A new robust performance management system will be developed with indicators, clear indicators to track institutional goals and performance of staff. And because of the comment that was received from you regarding innovation and adoption of technology, some digital tools will be designed and implemented for legislative management including e-parliament platforms that can facilitate communication, document sharing, as well as remote session participation where necessary. Attraction of talented and experienced staff and retired jurists, parliamentarians, civil servants, and academicians who can be attracted, and the number will be a key performance indicator. Finally, under that, there will be a strong communication strategy developed. So at the end of the period of the strategic plan, if you have developed this communication strategy, then that will be a measure of success. Mr. President and honorable members, on page 22, on Friday, there was a comment about the implementation mechanism. That chapter has been a bit elaborated, and the delivery mechanism of the strategic plan, we have put it in a graphical illustration, which is on page 23, And that graphical illustration indicates that if you undertake your core functions of legislation, oversight, and representation as PAP, and you implement the 4 strategic objectives of developing model laws, of undertaking oversight, of representation, and strengthening the PAP's institutional capacity, operational efficiency, and financial sustainability, with the support of the structures which are in place. We have now, I think, included all the structures, the Bureau, the permanent committees, the ad hoc and regional committees, and the caucuses, as well as the secretariat. And if the enablers that include resource mobilization, all these interventions will require adequate resources, and those resources have to be mobilized. So resource mobilization, monitoring and evaluation, partnerships, communication, and knowledge management are key enablers of the strategic plan implementation. And the immediate outcomes will be improved legal harmonization across member states. Then you will have enhanced physical accountability and policy compliance by the different organs, and you have an increased level of influence on AU policy making and implementation processes, and then you will be able to increase operational efficiency. And the outcome of all these interventions will lead to the aspirations, the 7 aspirations and the moonshots. And we have given the explanatory notes on that diagram. The implementation arrangements, we have also included them. The plan will be implemented in a phased manner. For example, you will have annual work plans, and the annual work plans will identify the key priorities. In Appendix B, we have indicated the activities, the key priorities of all the committees and caucuses. And when you are developing your annual work plan, you will decide which one you want to start with based on the resources which are available. Beyond the annual work plans, you will be able to prioritize where you agree, if you are a committee, which activity should be implemented first. And we have included the parameters of determining that priority. It could be on the basis of urgency. If there are floods, for example, that have happened in a certain country and you need to undertake a mission, then that priority will be given urgent attention, resource availability, as well as the likely impact. The roles and responsibilities, there are 3 during the implementation of this plan. There are those organs that will be responsible for the oversight. That is the Bureau under the President and the Vice Presidents. The committees and the working groups and caucuses will have a role. Then the Secretariat will also provide support. But capacity building will be critical during the implementation of the strategic plan, where we have proposed that there should be regular training and development programs for you, the members, and the members of the Secretariat to strengthen the capacities. And then resource mobilization, where we emphasize that financial resources will be allocated through a budget that will be approved by the Bureau, and it should ensure that key priorities and projects receive adequate funding as indicated in the priorities of the different committees. Partnerships and funding, we have indicated that monitoring and evaluation, then engagement of the stakeholders and risk management. As part of the implementation structures, the implementation arrangement, we have elaborated on the various structures and the roles and responsibilities which each one will present. For example, the plenary as the first one, the Bureau the standing committees and the caucuses, the office of the president, the clerk, the member states, all those, the development partners will have a role in one way or the other. For you to assess whether you'll be making progress, there are 4 stages of evaluation, monitoring and evaluation that will be undertaken. One, as the committees and caucuses are sitting annually, you'll be able to assess, to review the progress you have made on the priorities you have agreed. That will be the first level of monitoring and evaluation. Then 2, there will be annual reports where the clerk and the secretariat should be able to produce detailed annual reports that will be able to state the progress on the activities that would have been agreed in that particular period. At the midterm level, which should be, I think, in 2026 or 2027, there will be a midterm review of the strategic plan, and the midterm review, the experts will stop and check the process that will have been undertaken and see whether you are progressing, the lessons will be drawn, and appropriate recommendations will be made. And at the end of the strategic plan period in 2028, there will be an evaluation of the strategic plan, and that will be done at the same time when the AU strategic plan is also being implemented. And the results of that exercise will feed into the development of the new strategic plan. We are aware that every plan experiences certain risks, so we have indicated on page 29 the risks which are likely to happen, and you need to be aware of these risks. And for example, political instability in member states, inadequate funding and resource mobilization, lack of political will and commitment from member states, bureaucratic challenges, and issues of coordination, and so on. But for you to manage those risks, we have provided for 3 processes where there will be risk assessment to know the risk which has a high chance of happening and those which have a low chance of happening. And then once you have identified the risks, then there will be mitigation measures and then contingency planning. So at the secretariat level, eventually, they will have to develop a risk register which will indicate some of these risks. The critical success factors for this plan to be implemented, there has to be political will and leadership. There has to be adequate funding. There has to be stakeholder involvement and ownership of the plan and activities by everybody. There has to be capacity building. There has to be institutional strengthening of the processes, and there has to be clear communication and advocacy strategy, as well as robust systems for monitoring, evaluation, and learning, among others. Finally, Mr. President and members, there are annexures to the strategic plan. Now, the first annexure is the monitoring and evaluation framework, specifically the performance indicator tracker. We are going to populate this with figures. For example, if we say the first target is the number of model laws drafted on priority issues aligned with the AU objectives and Agenda 2063. In 2024, where we are, we shall formulate the baseline. For example, if we say the baseline is 0, and we say in the next 5 years, you'll be able to produce maybe 11 model laws, assuming that each committee produces a model law, which may be a higher target. Then at the end of every year, there will be an actual number of what you have attained, and then we measure the performance of whether you have achieved. You may, there are 3 scenarios that may happen. You may achieve the target, or you may be below the target, or you may exceed the target. And the last 2, achieving the target and exceeding the target, will be the best scenario. So that is the first appendix. The second one, the second appendix includes the committee and the caucus priorities. We have listed all the priorities that we received from you, and the chairperson of the Women Caucus, all your activities have been included, as well as the activities of the youth in the number in which they were given. They are a bit many, 29 for the youth as well as the women, and we didn't want to antagonize that list. You agree on the priorities. Then, upon adoption of the activities and the results, we shall be able to develop a resource mobilization strategy that will give the guiding principles on how the full resource mobilization strategy would look like. We are also going to develop a communication plan. The drafts are there, and the implementation action plan template. By Friday, all these will be completed. Your Excellency, that's briefly the changes we have made and how the new strategic plan looks like. It is our request that you discuss and you receive, discuss, and adopt the strategic plan to enable us finalize the remaining supporting documents such that by December, all documents will be available. I submit.
Sorry. I have long list of speakers. I shall now allow to make debate on the presentations. The first speaker in my list, Honorable Yusuf Mohammed Al-Fakin from Libya.
In the name of God, most merciful, good morning to everyone. Mr. President, I asked for the floor during the last session, and I spoke about the strategy, and I've also presented observations. And it was related to the strategy, and I said, this strategy is good, and I would like to thank everyone who was involved in drafting this strategic, and also the Bureau for drafting this plan. And that is following all the aspects that we need to take care of during the next period. I also indicated that that this strategy is lacking the timeline and the phases when those activities will be implemented. And also, I observed that this strategy did not set up short and long-term plans. There are many activities that have been outlined in this strategy, but it was not divided. So we have long-term and short-term plans during the work of the Bureau. These are my observations that I have indicated previously, and I would like to thank you again, and I wish you success. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Honorable Kochami Nikais Fagnon of Benin.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Honorable President, colleague. First, I would like to congratulate the expert for having made some progress and shared with you. But having said that, I have two observations that concern the form on page 17 in the French document. The French strategic framework in page 26 as well. We have to translate that bit into French. Honorable President, I didn't see feature among the strategic objects, and I'd like us to note this so that we will finish with this once and for all on this aspect. The Parliament has oversight and supervisory functions, and this has to be mentioned, and then update the strategic framework, which is about 2 pages. Thereafter, we undertook to implement the results-based management, but that wasn't mentioned in the document that he presented. This is very, very important, and I'm proposing that it should be on the last page 34, which provides for the results-based management. And I did not also see feature the audit and reporting practice. That has to be strengthened. So I also like that on page 34, this should be added as well. He also needs to update the strategic framework of the Parliament, which is on 1 page, but it can become 2 pages. Honorable Chair, it has to be clearly stated that the PAP needs quality human resources and enough staff members. This is very important to underscore it. And to wrap up, Mr. President, in addition to the document that he presented, he should bring up to speed on the matrix of the intervention of objectives, priorities, and indicative activities by inserting what concerns the Bureau of the PAP and the General Secretariat, bearing in mind the remarks that we made the last time on the regional caucuses, in addition to the Gender Committee that was not factored in, and the CAPA committee, to make it one single document. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Senia Ahmed of Sahrawi.
Thank you, Honorable President. I have the first observation on this document. In comparison with the previous document, there is a change and there is concrete progress. In fact, with regards to factualizing the ideas and also to summarize it has a good summarizing. This is my first observation. The second observation is about the 4 strategic objectives. 2024 to 2028, there are 4 objectives. Those objectives, they don't talk about peace and security and conflicts. At the time that peace and security and reducing conflict must be a noble and high priority objective for the Pan-African Parliament and other parliaments to end conflict, and this is a primary hurdle in front of the developments and other objectives for growth, for the African growth that is paralyzed due to the wars and conflicts in Africa. In details, I believe that the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, Committee on Cooperation and Conflicts, they must have joint functions towards the peace and security. We must set up a context for the parliamentarians to approach those conflicts and to be able to influence it. We have an impression and a feeling that the conflicts are there and they are too many, and it stops, or like it but we don't know anything in details about those conflicts. We cannot have an impact, a positive impact towards those conflicts without knowing the details and the types and the nature. So for me, it is imperative that we put concrete points that make this agenda closer to this conflict in order to know them through a field work of the Pan-African Parliament with these conflicts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I will give floor to Honorable Mamelo Foucault of Lesotho. Not in the chamber?
Good morning and thank you, Your Honorable. I think this is last Friday's listing. That was before the strategy was amended, and I believe they have taken all our. They have taken everything that we talked about, and also I'm happy that the committees like our Women's Caucus have been included. But I think, I don't know why I specifically, or why I have the feeling that the list was just taken and written 11th November 2024, yet it was on Monday. We debated on this on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Fatih Boutubek, Algeria. No?
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable President. Once again, I would like to thank the people who drafted this document, and the document in its new version has shown or has demonstrated the concentration of the ideas, and also included the strategic plan for 5 years until 2028. And this plan also focused on the objectives by the Pan-African Parliament, specifically the committees and the Bureau. Our observation that we recorded regarding the drafting of this report, that it comes different in terms of the terminology, and also we have observed that the report, when it talks about the future work plan, we have to go back to the founding objectives, and at forefront is the harmonization with the AU objectives. When we go back to the document, we have to go to the Committee on Cooperation and International Relations. We can see that there is an objective pertaining that submitting consultative memorandums regarding the membership, or including the membership of the G20. What role of Pan-African Parliament? And it is primarily founded to accompany the African Union in a future role that is arriving to or getting full legislative power. And the AU is mandated to consider those issues, and especially if we look at the founding protocols of the AU. Also regarding the examining the treaties, how the Parliament examined the treaties and appoint legal experts, but the Pan-African Parliament role is to express the concerns of the peoples. At first of the reducing the suffering of the citizens in Africa, and also provide an opportunity for a dignified life. Here we are talking about the conflicts and wars, and especially regarding the report of the destiny of peoples and also ending the colonization in Africa, regardless of the circumstances. We are, as African parliamentarians, we have a role how to sensitize our governments, and also through the resolutions that are adopted by the African Union on how to get a life of justice and how to end the colonization. And also, when we go back to the Article 4 of the functions of Pan-African Parliament, we can see that the consultation role, according to the 11th article of the founding protocol, that says facilitating the programs of the union and also and for the effective implementation. So I also would like to thank the people who drafted the documents, and we are keen to implement those objectives annually, especially that we are waiting a lot of those objectives that are hoped for by the African citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I will give floor to Honorable Senator Danson Mungatana of Kenya. Not in the chamber? Okay, Honorable Said Ibrahim Said Sahrawi.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I have 2 points I want to talk about regarding the strategic plan. In point 11 or Article 11, they talk about the monitoring, evaluation, and accountability. The Pan-African Parliament should establish a committee to evaluate and monitor. At the time that we don't see anything about the CAPA Commission as a very important committee in this Parliament. How the specialists and experts don't have a list of the committees in the Pan-African Parliament, or what? I did not understand. The committee here in Pan-African Parliament, which is the Committee on Audit and Public Accounts, and in the strategic plan, there is no plan for this committee. Can we understand that it is an exclusion for the function of this committee? I could not find the name of the committee here. The point 2 regarding the Committee of Conflicts or Disputes. Regarding the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Dispute Settlements. To provide consultative notes about the international partnerships. At the time that there is in the African Union specialized committees on this matter, and this fall within its mandate, and we have to look in the strategic parliament about the position of the Pan-African Parliament, what it can do and what it cannot do. To submit this at the time that there is an absence of the fact-finding missions about conflicts in Africa, and a complete absence of focusing on African solutions. There should be in the strategic plan, it should be included the African solutions and the African contributions to solve the African conflicts. If we don't have any African efforts, until when we wait those solutions that comes from outside? So the strategic plan should include that Africa focus on its problems and make the African solutions of its problems. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I will give floor to Honorable Esther Mutani Passaris of Kenya, not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Jean Marie of Burundi.
Okay, merci.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Last time I intervened, but I'm wondering, well, first I'd like to thank the experts for the improvements that they have made, but I was wondering how the strategic objective to ensure political oversight, the plan and program budget for the African Union, how are we going to achieve this objective if we are not empowered? That is why I asked the last time, and I didn't get any answer. One of the flagship activities of the Bureau is to assist us to wage a fight so that we can, in other words, the Bureau has to go to the 40 capitals to discuss with the MPs of the 40 countries that have not yet ratified the protocol to know why this is. Because sometimes, like I said earlier, you're going to say, the members of the parliament that come here do not do anything. That is why I am emphasizing that the Bureau should take this activity as a priority action for next year's activities. Thank you.
I will give floor to Honorable Suleiman Saho of Gambia. Okay, Honorable Rahab Mokami Wachira of Kenya. Not in the chamber. Honorable Dahi Laila. Not in the chamber. Honorable Senator Professor Abdi Ismail Samatar of Somalia. Not in the chamber. Honorable Sakata Tawab Gari, DRC. Not in the chamber. Honorable Welcome Delamini, Eswatini.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I'd like to thank the experts for the revised draft strategy. When we debated the strategy last week, we did raise the issue, the concern around funding for the strategy. And we all can see that the success of the strategy is reliant on available funding for the strategy. And if you recall the speech of the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission, Dr. Monique, she emphasized the need for this Parliament to ensure that activities of the Union are financed by Africans for Africa. And even in this strategy, there's the inclusion of the resource mobilization strategy. Even though there is an attempt to shy away from mentioning external funding and the development partners, but the strategy does go back to that, the need to solicit funding from external sources and development partners. The challenge then would be, or the insistence would be to urge this parliament to ensure that finance that comes from external sources and the donors, that there's accountability and transparency, so that this parliament doesn't then serve the interests of those development partners and external funders. I'm sure last week when the representative from the EU was in the House listening to the presentation of the strategy, they did note the desperation that this parliament has when it comes to finances. And also when they saw the donation that was done by the, I think it's the UAE, in terms of the computers, they did see that there is a desperation on the part of this parliament for funding. And I'm sure that going back home, reporting to his masters, he will say that the only way through that parliament is for us to pump in certain assistance in the form of finances. And then that could compromise how this parliament operates in terms of then pushing the agenda and interests of those external funders and donors. So my point would be to ask or urge this parliament to ensure that funding for this strategy doesn't then compromise how we work, then compromise serving the interests of the African citizens. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you. Now I give floor to Honorable Professor Mohamed Anadif of Chad.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable President. I would like to affirm that the observations that we have submitted previously or in the previous session, some were taken into account and some were not. And I would like to reiterate or repeat that regarding the Committee on Audit and Public Account, there should be, we should note to the tasks that essential in the evaluation, also in of the Pan-African Parliament. I don't know, maybe the committee has a special situation, so we would like a clarification, as previously mentioned by my colleague. Why is because it is a committee that has a special situation, and it has to have a clear program in this important strategic document that serves the interests of this parliament. Second, regarding the observation last week, regarding the Pan-Africanism, it is essential, and specifically to indicate the topic of languages. We want to be one nation, speak one language, one voice. So we must consider to mention some African languages. How can we upgrade it? There are institutions of the African Union, but it was not activated. There should be contribution, significant contribution in those African languages that unite us, unite the North and South, East and West. That's what I wanted to mention. Thank you very much, Honorable President.
Now I will give floor to Honorable Joseph Kalasinga of Kenya.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think I'm okay with the then amended where we have included the women and the youth, which was missing in the other day when we were looking at this, Mr. President. So apart from this, we still have some gaps. And as members have just raised, departments that moved closer, like CAPA, has actually to be taken much into considering about this. But, Mr. President, when we have this major plan in force, it is the only document that this parliament can now, with its bureau, go to now transplant activities from this plan into each year's functions and budgeting. If this is done properly, Mr. President, then we also need to do that. The funding has to be in time with now the activities that will be plucked from this master plan into each year's projects, which must not be delayed. Because we delay the funding, Mr. President, we delay the activities, we delay our work. And one of the most vasoconstricting, one of the most bottleneck issues about this master plan, Mr. President, is that when it goes to implementation now, when we have plugged the activities to be put in use, the problem now go on to funding. If it's reduced or if it's given as restrictions, Mr. President, this will not be go to fruition. Lastly, Mr. President, I also want to talk about the issue of audit. When it is in process, we have activities plucked from this master plan and is in progress, Mr. President. We need to have the audit to give us the process control audits every now and then, so that we don't lose track, we don't lose the map, but the image of an organization, Mr. President, is its master plan. So this plan to us, Mr. President, gives us a go-ahead, and as I debated last week, Mr. President, this will now give us an image, and we must follow it to the letter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I give floor to Honorable Francis Kasamba of Sierra Leone. Honorable Senator Kwadio Kwaku Bertin, Côte d'Ivoire.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to congratulate the team of experts who have been working on this document for some months now. That is the strategic plan of the Pan-African Parliament. Overall, I think efforts have been made. The work as it has been presented has everything on the theoretical level, very well thought out analysis with the weaknesses and strengths, opportunities and threats and recommendations. But in Africa, we have so many strategic plans that are on the shelf. Why? Because very often we come up with the work, but we don't think about the tools that will help us to monitor the work that has been developed. Maybe they have done so and they will present it in the annex, but I'd like to talk about the table of contents and the advantage of the dashboard, rather, which brings out all the concerns that the colleagues have just raised. That is, all that each committee needs to do, how that is going to be done, and so forth. So it's just been done committee by committee, and after that, the bureau activities are also well developed. So once the dashboard is done, it is important to come up with a diagram, because this diagram, if it is proposed, will enable us to finalize, to finalize the strategic plan, and also to finalize the strategic plan. And also, it is important to come up with a diagram, because this diagram, if it is proposed, will enable us to finalize, to finalize the strategic plan, and also to finalize the strategic plan. And also, it is important to come up with a diagram, because this diagram, if it is proposed, will enable us to finalize by easing the work that has been done. Because this diagram, I know that everybody knows about this diagram, it helps to clearly define the task committee by committee and the task within the bureau. And horizontally, the execution timeframes are included. If we know what has to be done in this strategic plan, month by month, quarter by quarter, and maybe every 6 months. Of course, they talked about a lot about monitoring and evaluation, but if we don't have the tools that enable us to conduct a good monitoring and evaluation, in the end, we're going to find ourselves with, like in the case of other plants that were developed in the African Union, which for the time being, for example, Agenda 2063, if we ask them where we are in terms of implementation, nobody can really answer you that in detail. So since it's true that we don't have enough committees, these two tools, the dashboard and the diagram, need to be drawn up so that each committee has to know the task that needs to be executed, the budget attached to them, and the execution timeframes of each task, so that if we plan to do a piece of work in 6 months, and at the end of the 6 months, the budget is not available, the person who is doing the monitoring and evaluation can say in plenary, for example, we plan to carry out this task during the year, but we only did this or that for lack of budget or for this or that reason. So this is in a nutshell what I wanted to. I wanted the team of experts to add to the excellent work that they have just presented. I'd also like to congratulate you and thank you for the time you took to develop this strategic plan. Honorable Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Senator Sevanzi of Eswatini.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor to make my intervention on this amended draft strategic plan. Mr. President, I so much appreciate the hard work and the hours dedicated by the consultants and all towards this noble work. Mr. President, the previous MPs have actually taken some of the issues I wanted to discuss, but I believe, Mr. President, that the spirit of continuous improvement requires a progressive review or assessment of the organizational clock. And in this regard, I want to believe and assume that as Pan-African Parliament, we will periodically review this strategic plan. I've just realized that in page, I think in page 4 or 5 of the plan, which is what I had indicated that I want to recommend, they have captured it there under the executive summary, that we should review the strategic plan at least after a period of maybe 2 years or so. So they've mentioned here that we'll review, there will be a midterm review in 2026. I think this is a good thing, Mr. President, because we are planning towards the plan ending 2028. Now we are in 2024. Anything will happen in 2026 and 2027 that may impact on the plan. So if we, in this document, we have captured that we will sit down again and review this strategic document in 2026 to take or mitigate these risk factors which have been highlighted, is very pleasing, Mr. President. I'm also grateful that the comments that we made, my comments, have been actually captured in here. Just one cosmetic error, Mr. President, which I feel needs to be looked at on page number 23 of the report. There's figure 12 there. The figure, I say it's figure 2, sorry, PAP strategic plan delivery. Then it says, please correct ad hoc to read thematic and regional caucuses. I think maybe this needs to be looked at by the consultant and maybe removed. I think it was just a note for them, but not for this document. I then refer also, Mr. President, to page number 4 of the annexures, its committees and caucuses. Mr. President, if you may allow me. There a committee here. I think my previous MP mentioned on the issue of, especially number 4, it's committee number 11. It's written Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability in AU. When I was going through this, I thought it was maybe the Committee on Monetary Affairs, but I've seen that the Committee on Monetary Affairs in page 1 has been captured correctly. I want to assume that they were referring to CAPA here. So we do not have a committee like this in our rules of procedure or in the Pan-African Parliament. So maybe if they can clarify, is this a new committee or are they renaming the CAPA committee to reflect Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability? If not, Mr. President, I propose that they restate the known committee within PAP, which is a Committee on Audit and Public Accounts, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Abdullah Barkat Ibrahim of Djibouti.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, merci.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that that we made comments. We made comments as or regarding last Friday. I do not know why we still keep PAM or the food program. So this is not our partner. I think it is FAO, and we suggested an amendment to be introduced. And the other amendment which we had suggested is that we have a model law on food security, Mr. President, and this model law should be popularized in various countries. And I think it is useless to adopt a model law if there is no advocacy for its domestication in countries. And third, we also asked that in the Committee on Rural and Agriculture, that we should follow up the regional programs that have been set up concerning agriculture and rural economy and environment. So I think that all these elements are not reflected in the attributions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable, Her Excellency Honorable Safia Elmi Jibril of Djibouti.
Merci, Monsieur le.
I thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And I would like to say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh to all the honorable members present here in this hall. Mr. President, I think that for me, the observations of the previous sessions have been reflected as concerns the Women Caucus and the Youth Caucus. And here I would like to thank our consultants for the excellent work that they have achieved in so short time. As concerns the observation that have been made today, they have been formulated by my colleague from Burundi for the feasibility of the goal and by Benin, the issue concerning the harmonization of the document, because 2 pages of the document are still in English and we would like them to be translated into French. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Saidani Ahmed of Tunisia.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to express my warm greetings to all our colleagues that are present here in this hall, that is, the members of this parliament. I would like to object on the name of the strategic plan because we are dealing and examining with a technical plan. It's not a strategic, but rather a technical plan. And the North has been able to export this terminology to us, but the South, particularly Africa, has not been able to import this terminology and change them and implement them to our reality. Mr. President, the world is changing. The world is changing, and what we are noting through the Ukraine-Russia war and what we observe also through the Israeli aggression against Lebanon and Palestine is that the balance of forces is changing, and the traditional powers are declining, but our reaction is still slow. And I must recall here about the two main missions of all the parliaments in the world. First, the legislative function, and also the monitoring power or the oversight power. When talking about the Pan-African Parliament, regrettably, there is no trace or track of Pan-African Parliament on the monitoring and the oversight of the work of the African Union. And here I must recall three main issues which I have probably referred to in the last session. Africans should bear in mind three main issues. First, that is, freeze the export of our mineral sources. Particularly as raw materials. We are exporting our raw materials and then import them in very high costs. I would like also to recall what Thomas Sankara said in Burkina Faso in 1984, where he said that it was necessary to build up a solid front in order to write off the debts of Africa. The indebtedness has become a new weapon in the hands of the West. Now, as concerns the seafood, Africa is a continent of contradictions, and it's the others who are taking advantage of our wealth. And we cannot speak about a work plan because what I found in the two documents that have been circulated is the threats. The threats in the documents and also the weak points. So I think the main points here in this plan is the weak points and the threats. When thinking about the work plan, we must provide a solution and also begin on making this work plan implementable. This strategic plan is not implementable. We do not have the conditions for its implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Senator Gabala Mariam of Cote d'Ivoire, not in the chamber. I have also a new list. Honorable Patrick Oshabi from Uganda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the team that has developed this strategic plan for the commendable work they've done. Mr. President, I just have, I'm particularly interested in the strategic objective 2, which is on page 17, which is talking about oversighting AU policies, plans, programs, and budgets. Mr. President, I think the consultant need to review how parliaments do this role. How do parliaments undertake this role of oversighting? I expected to see below the objective things to do with the activities, and among the activities probably that we could have reviewed with would be, Mr. President, matters to do with how many programs of AU have been reported on in this parliament by our respective committees. I wanted to say a situation that AU departments come here, report to our committees here, and our committees present to plenary the interaction, the oversight activities that have been done. But when you read this, I think the team just missed that little bit on how parliaments do their work. Now, you cannot talk about oversight and ignore the issue of audit in the entire, this particular part. I'm a member of the CAPA committee, so I expected to see how this parliament audits or reviews audit reports of the AU, and unfortunately, you can't even see it here in the body, and when you look even behind, there's nothing to do with audit. So, and the structure of African Union, they are the board of external auditors, they are internal auditors, and through this oversight, there is no way we can do without audit. So I would like the consultant to review that and include the role of audit in this and the debates of the audit reports in this parliament as some of the outputs. I don't know why you ignored including activities, outputs, and outcomes in this. I don't know whether this would not, they would have, I don't know whether they would appear differently, but strategically we would know this Pan-African Parliament every financial year in the next 5 years what we will be dealing with specifically in this document, so that going forward our secretariat here ensures that what has been highlighted here actually comes through as to form our activities in the progressive committee meetings and session activities. Mr. President, there is a resolution I've been reading, I've been supplied with. I thank Honorable Tony. He mentioned about what has been captured on 11 as committee. I'm a member of CAPA. I've seen the highlighted activities. Many of them are not for CAPA, but they are those specifically for CAPA. I don't know why our information was not captured well as CAPA, yet representatives from the consultant attended our committee. CAPA has specific roles. I invite the consultant to look at our charter. There is a document that we've developed as CAPA committee to guide our works, and it would be very, very important you look at it before you do the final document. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Al-Haji Mbwa, the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the consultants for coming up with this draft, which captured actually most of the things we asked them to do the last time. And we must also thank the Office of the Clerk for providing these documents on time. That will also help us to go through the document and give feedback to the consultants. Honorable President, I'll just go straight to the area of the committees, and in particular, the Committee on Transport Industry, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the, on this document here, is titled Committee and Caucus Priorities. I think there's one key area that has been left behind in the Committee on Transport, Energy, Science and Technology. And this one relates to cyber crimes. Honorable Speaker, the cybercrime industry actually is evolving. and Africa is actually at a losing end. It has been estimated that close to 4 to 10 billion will be lost yearly by the African continent. And if you take that into consideration with capital flights, if you take that into consideration with corruption that's going on the continent, I think we need to do something as a committee. And I think when you look at the priorities of the committee, cybercrime must be at the forefront. I know the African Union Convention on Cyber Security and Personal Data Protection, it has been adopted, but yet still, there are a lot of countries that actually have not signed the protocol. And there are also a lot of countries that do not have actually cybercrime laws in their own countries. And I think this committee, we must prioritize that to ensure that all of us as a continent, we have laws that would fight against cybercrimes. Mr. President, if you look at the continent, particularly what's happening in the Sahel, you see all those people that are creating havoc in this belt in West Africa. Now, and I can guarantee you, we are fighting back. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is they're going to turn to technology now to continue the fight. And when they turn to technology, and we are not ready as a continent, and I think we'll be in serious trouble. Now, just imagine losing $4 to $10 billion every year on the continent due to cyber crimes. I think this is something we need to look at as a committee. And I would recommend that the priorities of the committee to include cyber crimes, where we can meet with AfriPool, Interpol, that do a lot of collaboration in order to fight this menace on the continent, and not only on the continent, but on the whole world. Because, Mr. President, if you look at the 20 of the world's fastest growing economy, 20 of them, 11 are from Africa. And if we are not very careful, because you see, we are transitioning into technology. We have the fintech companies. We have banks that actually rely on heavy technology to be able to provide services to the population. So we need to protect these assets, and to do that, we must have effective laws that would guide and that would also ensure we punish individuals wherever they might be to prevent these losses on the continent. Now, Honorable Speaker, just to end, I want to align myself also on the issue with CAPA. If you look at on page 4, which is on the priorities, the Committee on Financial Oversight and Accountability. If you look at the roles that they're supposed to have, actually, it has the hallmark of CAPA. But we must be really consistent to ensure we have the proper name, and to ensure that the role that the Parliament actually has assigned to CAPA is properly captured, to ensure we have audit. Because if you look at the name Financial Oversight, basically it's a process. And where the financial activities actually are checked for compliance, etc. So that's audit. So we must bring that number 11 to be in line with our own rules, where we call it CAPA, which is the Committee on Audit and Public Accounts. On that note, I want to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now, naming my speaker, the list, Honorable Torai of Gambia.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mr. President. I also thank the consultants for a very good job. I think, as it has already been said, that most of what we demanded the last time has been adequately captured. However, I would want to remind myself that in my own opinion, I think even though we have the Committee on Economy and Housing, but housing seems to be given less emphasis. And I think that habitat is a very important component of what is required by our people. Our people continue to demand housing, good housing, but we know that housing has been a big challenge in Africa. And therefore, Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, which involves housing, which includes housing, should be thought of, so that any way we can include it in our plan would be useful. I know this is 2024 to 2028, But I know our strategic objective is 2063. And therefore 2030, which includes habitat, should also be considered. Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was in a vehicle with some of my PAP friends, honorable friends, and I was arguing with a member on the issue of United States elections. And then the honorable sisters from Lesotho reminded us that we have more crucial, important issues in Africa which we should discuss, and that they put it to us about Mozambique. So straight away I moved to Mozambique because I concur with them. Honorable Speaker, we said Africa, local solutions to local problems. And we don't want external intervention in Africa because they, most of the time, exacerbate our problems. And therefore, if that is truly in our hearts, and that's what we believe in, I think that we need to really, really look at our internal problems and see how we are going to tackle them. We cannot shy away from crisis. In my language, it is said that if you don't want to have problem with me, don't live with me. So the fact that we are living together, we are likely to have problems, but when we have problems, the important thing is to solve them. I believe that the Sahrawi problem has been lingering for decades. As I said here before I was even born, this problem was lingering. And therefore, I think that this parliament, which is a guiding institution to the AU and other organs, should be in a position not to shy away from that particular problem. It is crucial, it is urgent. We understand that going into such problems, you are going to annoy some people. But then we must be able to look at those problems squarely, look at the root causes of those problems, and be able to sit down as brothers and sisters in this continent and be able to solve those problems. I believe that is something that I want to still continue to maintain. As you can see, Honorable Speaker, Mauritius has been handed back some of the islands that they used to claim by the UK. Even though it is not fully handed over to them, but at least there has been some progress. So I believe that because of that, we too should not stay on our laurels, but we should make efforts to at least look at our problems and see how to solve it. Now Mozambique is burning. What are we going to do about it as this parliament is crucial. We should not wait until fire burns everything and then we start rushing after water. So, Honorable Speaker, I think that finally, I just want to say, concur with my Tunisian friend, that the major issue that the West is using against Africa is the death weapon. And if Africa is not careful, we are not going to make any development. We are going to continue to be recolonized. And I believe that the debt problem, the management of that debt is very important. And this parliament should come up with a model law that will spearhead how we are going to engage in debt management. Because unless we manage these debts, whether they forgive us or they don't forgive us, as long as our GDP is, having a ratio of something like 80% of our GDP ratio is debt. I don't know how you're going to bring about any tangible development. All these things that we are going to be talking about will require finances. How are you going to pay finances if you are paying debts upon debts and upon debts every year to the West? So we need to look at that. I was discussing with a friend yesterday. I was saying, look, these debts is the main problem of this thing. You take loan to build a road. You take a loan to build a house. You take a loan to build a hospital. You take a loan to build everything. At the end of the day, when your new budget comes, you take the big size of chunk of your budget to pay to debt. How are you going to make progress? And then people look at, grandiose projects and say, we are making development. But our people are suffering, are living in sacks, are living in homelessness, and so on and so forth. So we need to really, really, strategically look at those things and see how we are going to tackle them. On that note, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and all the consultants for a very good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Abdel Sam Haruma from Mauritania. Not in the chamber?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. In fact, I was not really prepared to take the floor because I've already spoken last time. But, Mr. President, since you gave me the floor, then I will use it in order to make a number of observations on a report which I didn't really go through entirely. The first observation is the importance for the Pan-African Parliament to have a leading role within the national parliaments. And this can only be achieved by revising the rules of procedure of our Pan-African Parliament and also the role of the Pan-African Parliament, the legislative role, Pan-African Parliament in the African Union. And this weakens its role. And even if it gets this legislative power, there will still be difficulties to overcome. So I think that our present Parliament should grant this issue a particular attention, because if it doesn't have a legislative power, and this is one of the observations that have been made, one of the colleagues, and there are up to 40 countries which have not yet agreed on some points. And if we are not being able to convince our parliaments, then how could we convince them about the necessity of the legislative power? The second observation, which was already referred to by my colleagues, is the enhancement of the Pan-African Parliament in order to sort out the conflicts between African countries. There is a number of conflicts through which we rely on solutions that are proposed by the West, and these solutions serve more the interests of the West. So Pan-African Parliament should enhance its role, and this is one of the strategic points which the report should include. The last point is that we are facing a very difficult situation now at the international level, and this prepares, or this paves the way for Africa to play a leading role, particularly through its resources. And from this rostrum, we must achieve that through a good and effective strategy. Thank you.
Honorable Salifu Ewawu of Gambia.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, let me first of all thank the Bureau, and then the experts, plus honorable members, and then the Office of the Clerk for coming up with this very important strategic plan. Mr. President, the first draft was laid before us last week, and then honorable members debated on it, and then proposals were made, and then
Interpretation, please. French.
Hello?
Okay.
Mr. President, then all these were incorporated in this final draft. Now, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a document that we own as a parliament, and then we need to implement it in the next 4 years. Honorable Speaker, you can agree with me that there can never be any headway if there is no proper planning. We must plan properly in order to be able to achieve our aspirations and our goals. Honorable Speaker, in Africa, planning is something that we are all afraid with. It's something that we can do very well. But our hindrance or our inefficiency is in the implementation side. Implementation is the greatest problem in Africa. And the biggest hindrance to the implementation is for the union to give funding to PAP at the right time. I think it is high time that the AU be ready to be funding the Pan-African Parliament at the right time. And Honorable Speaker, there are also so many challenges that we are facing. That is, there are so many protocols that are ratified and that are signed are not yet ratified. Some are not even signed, neither they are ratified. And I think Africa should wake up now so that they'll be able to ratify and then they'll be able to sign and ratify all these instruments so that at least the Agenda 2063 that we are yearning for will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. On that note, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I hereby submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, take the floor is Honorable Mariam of Sahrawi.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, I will be brief because most of the ideas has been already said by the previous speakers. First of all, I would like to thank this modified plan. However, in some aspects, I don't see this plan is not that courageous in describing the things by its name, like saying conflict zones and not giving the right name to these areas or those aspects. I would like to have this plan think of solving conflicts and empowering the human rights in order to do our work in a proper way. I would like to thank the Secretariat for this wonderful work, and I wish for them, in order to continue the work of the Secretariat, to include our concerns and all the points that were raised in this meeting in order to enrich this project and to have a final and detailed plan for the members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker is Honorable Mohammed Saleh Kaya, Chad.
Merci, très honorable Président.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. After all these inputs, many points have been taken into account. But I should like to thank the experts profusely, the experts who finalized the document, the strategic plan of the Pan-African Parliament, and who have taken most of our observations into account. Amongst others, we have gone through the document very quickly. The introduction was amended, and the integration of caucuses has been mentioned, taken into account, and many aspects have been improved. Mr. President, this will certainly facilitate understanding and implementation of this strategic plan, but also it allows us to take stock of the progress made by the Pan-African Parliament and also highlight strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities. But the problem persists in terms of the implementation of the strategic plan. I say this because we do not control the budget. Everything is linked to the funding of our activities. and the Honorable from Cote d'Ivoire has pointed this out. When we develop such a plan, we need a list of activities as well as the funding that has been allocated to these activities. We do not control funding, and therefore it leads us to questions as to what will happen with this strategic plan. In other words, this strategic plan, is it a final strategic plan after adoption from the Pan-African Parliament? Or is this plan going to go through other organs to see if it corresponds to means and funds allocated to the Pan-African Parliament, or how is this going to be done? Those are questions we are asking ourselves, because if we take the strategic plan number 2, I think it's on page 19, that to oversight AU policies, plans, programs, and budget. That is on page 17 in the English version. And also, we need to look at the performance indicators of these strategies. If we look at this objective, how are we going to fathom what the details are? It's a very complex subject and complicated. If we do not have funding, it will be very difficult to implement. So what I should like to suggest, and what I'm asking, is that the Bureau of the Conference set up a team that will work together with the African Union organs to facilitate the implementation of this strategic plan that is very varied and very rich, and that corresponds to all the strategies that were mentioned in the initial document. Thank you, sir.
Next, take the floor is Honorable Welcome Lamini.
Thank you, Honorable President, but I've already made my submission.
Sorry?
I've already made my submission, Honorable President.
Thank you. Honorable Baja, Algeria.
Bismillah.
In the name of Allah, Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to thank you, Honorable Chair, for giving me the floor. We know that the role of the Pan-African Parliament is a consultative one, and it's not a legislative. And we are aware that the Pan-African Parliament is considered as the right hand of the African Union in order to enforce the good governance, and it represents the voices of the African people. As well, the Pan-African Parliament is committed into enhancing the result-based management in order to achieve the goals in the shortest time with the lowest, minimal resources. And we know that the Pan-African Parliament is helping in realizing the goal of the African Union. And with this strategic plan from 24 to 28 is a recognition of the continuous efforts made by the Pan-African Parliament in order to continue the enhancement of its a consultative role inside the Union while combating corruption and enhancing the tools of work in the African Union, and enhancing as well the role of the institutions and enhancing the innovation and coordination among the organs. I do have two observations that I think should be included. One of them is we have to. The first one is the Pan-African Parliament is working inside a consultative framework, and the role of the Parliament in this case is to help and enhance peace and security. I didn't see any of in the 4 strategic goals any talk about that, despite the fact that the African continent is suffering from conflicts. Second observation is that we have to look into the CAPA committee and give it the tools in order to look into the financial affairs of the parliament in order to safeguard the image of the parliament. Finally, I would like to say, Honorable Chair, that this plan is a good one. It should be enhanced by continuous observation and the implementation in future. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Next, take the floor is Honorable Anatropia Theonest, Tanzania.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, for the opportunity. First of all, I would like to convey my gratitude for the preparation of this strategic plan, because this is the only way we can know where we are heading to, because we have a saying, a certain academy said, by preparing, we are failing to prepare. By preparing this strategic plan, it's definitely that in 4 coming years, we are preparing to succeed. It's a very good document, and you can see that Papa is really working hard. We can ask ourselves questions, since when we have started to have challenges or thoughts? This is not PAP. In so many countries of ours, we have so many plans, and always we are good at planning. And at our surprise, after a certain period of time, we don't really implement. And that is the same in this parliament. We have so many plans, but why don't we implement them? One of the songs we have so long been singing is the issue of budget, and you agree with me that in some meetings we failed to organize, to convey them because of lack of government. How can you be efficient in your work if you don't have a particular budget? Definitely you will fail. I'm asking myself questions. When you read the protocol to the establishment of the Constitutive Act of African Union, Act of Pan-African Parliament, gives us the mandate. When you read the 8th article of Section 4A, you see that Papa should have power in accordance
activities. Sisi,
as the act that established us gives us the power to conduct fundraising activities so as to be able to manage our activities. But the challenge we have is the budget, and we can't really implement our activities. We have another article that constituted this parliament, Article 17.2, saying that
of any member state at the invitation of the member state. Ni kwa nini nasoma haya?
Why I'm reading all this is because sometimes we fail to organize our meetings because we lack funds to pay our staff. And in other parliaments like Tanzanians and others, you can find that they are ready to accommodate us, paying that those expenses so that we can continue our works. To what extent we can work on this act? I remember last time we were promised to go to the Ugandan parliament, and what happened, I don't know. But they were ready to accommodate us and reduce the budget of PAPA by incurring expenditures and costs. By doing so, we would reduce the budget, which hindered us to do our activities. We should see, unless we get out of this challenge, we can implement our strategic plan. I want us to discuss another issue. To what extent we do a follow-up of whatever we discuss here? We have so many model laws in our parliament. I wish when we prepare our strategic plan, we should come up with a component so that when we get out of our parliament, we can have a forum where we can present that when we were in our parliament, we presented and we were received in such a way. As the same way we discussed, we should give the feedback here. That's the only way we can advance. We can prepare model laws, enough model laws by trainings, and if we can't do that, we will fail. Those are few words that I would like to say. We can prepare measurable models that we trust. Once they are presented in our parliaments, they can be efficient. I thank you for these few words. Thank you. May God bless you.
Next, to take the floor, Honorable Rahab Wachira, Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. First and foremost, I want to thank the team which came up with this strategic plan. And I want to echo on what our colleague has said. It is a good document. My question is one: are we going to implement the document? The other thing is regarding the Committee on Cooperation, International Relations, and Conflict Resolution. I happen to be a member of that committee, and we have a very important model law which we've been discussing, and I can see it is not there. The model law was about the nationality and eradication of statelessness. And the purpose of the law is to regulate the laws and assumption of citizenship with the objective to prevent and eradicate statelessness. The objective of the law is to promote, protect, and ensure respect to nationality and ensure that statelessness in Africa is prevented and eradicated. So I feel that is important. It's good to include it here because I know in the course of the week, the chair will come and do a presentation. And considering we are here as a Pan-African, we are trying to fight for the rights of our people. So I think it's important to include it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Next, take the floor is Honorable Roku, Guinea Equatorial.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, President, members of the Bureau, all parliamentarians, Mr. President. This strategic plan 2024-2028 has a lot of problems, and these problems are not coming from other places. When we see the document and the commission and the committee that worked and prepared this document, they have made it in an excellent manner, and this reflects what we think and what we have contributed with. Is there any interpretation is going on? Can you hear the interpreter? Thank you. I was saying that I congratulate the team that have prepared this document, and also I mentioned the many problems that this plan has, the plan 2024-2028. our problems in Africa, Mr. President, should have African solutions. This document deals with all the menaces, the threats, and they are very right in mentioning these menaces and threats. It should have solutions, African solutions, and we have to find consensus among all of ourselves. To start, Africa is not yesterday's Africa. This is a new Africa. Today, our resources, human resources, are of higher quality in each one of our countries, being scientists, engineers, doctors, in every kilometers in each one of our villages and cities. That means that the problems with the highest or this quality of our human resources can have solutions, African solutions, and this can give us also wisely solutions. These problems can be internal and external, but that's why I want to mention that the unity in Africa is very important, and our protocols are of our benefit. How can we have powers, legislative powers, when we have solutions to our own problems? I will mention one example in this case. To have legislative powers here at the Pan-African Parliament, we are not ratifying the Malabo Protocol because we all recognize it, and from the Bureau, the members of the Bureau are leaders, and they also have to be an example for all of us, for the rest of us, and to know that they are there in front of us, they are our example, and every day we come here, we should feel comfortable with them. And in this case, we have to ratify what is in the benefit of Africa and in the benefit of the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you very much for your attention.
That brings us to the end of those, the list that shown the people who had registered. Yes, the next step is to invite the consultants or experts to respond to issues raised.
Yes, thank you, Your Excellency, and the members for the contributions. I'll quickly respond on some issues, and then the rest are comments that will be integrated again. On the timelines and the implementation, that was the first comment on short and long-term plans. That is the document, when you check in the appendix, there is an implementation plan. That's where it will be included, and we shall show when each of the activities will be implemented, and I think we shall group them into the short and long term. On translation, I think the translation will be addressed. We apologize for the naming of the audit or the CAPA committee, and I think it is on page 4. We shall change the name and read the charter as guided to make sure that all the functions are addressed. The correction on 11th November of the date will also be attended to, and the metrics of the Bureau, Secretariat, or the committees, we shall be able to integrate it. There was a comment again on funding and the issues of G20, where the members of PAP can accompany AU. That is a comment that will be taken into consideration. The absence of the fact-finding mission on Africa, that was an observation, and also improving the diagram on the delivery mechanism. I think there was a challenge on translation that is in English in some documents which are translated. On oversight, the comment from Burundi, again, we shall address the name of that committee and all the functions, and also address our minds to the guidelines of auditing which are included in the AU documents. There was a comment on funding and why PAP should put in place the guidelines on handling some donor funding, which may not be in line with the priority of PAP. We are developing a resource mobilization strategy guideline, and I think we have also included one activity of developing delivery mechanisms for most of the activities. The spirit of Pan-Africanism, it is one of the driving, guiding principles, and the issues of results-based management are also clearly articulated. That's why the strategic objectives, each of them now is arranged, there are outcomes to be achieved, there is the impact, and the impact relates to the activities. The Committee on Women, so we have taken note of all the other comments, Your Excellency, and the members. And the error on page 23 regarding the figure, we shall be able to attend to that. The inclusion of the model law on food security, I think, under the committee of Agriculture, and leaving one activity for FAO, as well as the need to include an activity on follow-up on regional programs by that committee. We shall attend to that. There was a Honorable Patrick Oshabe, I think it was on audit, and we are going to address it. The issue of conflicts and solving those conflicts by African solutions. We are going to attend to that. From Gambia, there was a comment on housing and cross-border issues. We have taken note of that. And the Honorable from Tanzania was emphasizing the importance of implementation of the strategic plan and the power of PAP to do the fundraising. And this will be, again, very well articulated in the resource mobilization strategy. The Committee on Cooperation and Conflict Resolution, which is working on the model law on eradication of statelessness, we shall include that. It will be among the, if it is about to be completed, it will be one of the first deliverables of the strategic plan. Your Excellency and the honorable members, on our side, we appreciate all the comments that have come in, and on the spirit of continuous improvement, we shall attend to all the comments and address the same in the final strategic plan and develop other supporting documents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another round of applause. Now, before we request for the adoption, there is a question on which is this strategic plan going to be considered by other organs before implementation? The answer is that we are an organ ourselves, like other organs. And we develop our own strategic plan because it's about the vision of PAP, how PAP wants to achieve its mandate. It cannot be done by any other organ other than ourselves. None but ourselves as PAP should develop its own strategic plan. So it's ours. But in doing so, we invite other stakeholders during the process, not for them to approve. No, it's us who adopt it in this chamber. But during the process, I remember we invited Director of Strategic Planning from Addis, AU. That was during the process, and we invited so many people on the 1st and 2nd November during the workshop to develop this plan. So the answer is no, it is not going to be, although it's considered, but approved. But we share the document with key stakeholders, and I kept saying it last week, and I was saying the European Union has an interest. Our own AU has an interest. So all those people that have an interest, we share with them what we have adopted as the strategic plan. Yes, the issue of implementation. Maybe let me start by the issue raised by the Honorable from Tanzania, that PAP can sit anywhere. And last year there was Uganda. And once we sit in another country, it means we save on our budget. It's not actually true. That's not true. When we sat in Egypt, in Sudan, we do what's called the host country agreement with the country where we are sitting. When we sit in South Africa, we have what we call a host country agreement with the South African government. So they undertake to provide transport from the airport, from hotels, provide such facilities as we are in the chamber. But there are costs that are borne by PAP through the AU budget. Those, whether we sit in South Africa or we sit in Uganda, those are upon us. The beneficiary when we go to Uganda is South Africa. Not that the PAP budget is not being used, no. The beneficiary is South Africa, because South Africa means they are no longer providing transportation to picking people, hiring vehicles, picking people from the airport, picking people from the hotels. That part is for South Africa, the host. So when you sit in another country, it means that country has taken over the responsibilities of South Africa as a host government to PAP. Another country for that 2 weeks period is the host. But in terms of the major cost of a session is actually interpretation and translation. That is still borne by PAP and other usual costs of a session. But the one that would have saved South Africa mainly when we move to another country, that is the major beneficiary. The issue of an implementation plan not having resources. Those who are experts in strategic planning will tell you that that means the plan itself was not strategic. There is a difference between planning and planning strategically. When you plan strategically, you read the environment correctly. You know the challenges, the strengths, the opportunities. So budget becomes one of the constraints or challenge. So as you plan, you'll be saying, because, how do we raise the resources? Or how do we plan and still implement within that resource envelope? So if you divorce yourself from the realities of the environment, including budget, and to say we're doing strategic planning, you are not doing strategic planning. There's nothing strategic. Strategic means you have read correctly the signals in the environment, the political environment, the legal environment, the financial situation, and then when you plan, you make sure that those are considered and you plan realistically in sympathy to those challenges. So if you plan and when you implement, there's no money completely, then that plan was not strategic. So at this stage, we have reached a stage where we should adopt the plan.
Point of clarification.
We've put to the stage where we need to adopt the plan. Some have proposed amendments. One approach would be to say, look, let's adopt it and request the consultants to include in their final those amendments. Others will say, can they go and incorporate the amendments and come back again for adoption? I will ask only two people who want to speak on that one. In very white, is that Gambia?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would suggest that we adopt with amendments so that the consultants go and incorporate the observations that are being made rather than to go and come again. Because when they come again, we are going to debate again and they will put some new things there. So when are we going to end this thing? Thank you.
Honorable, is that...
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I would just like to say that I support what my colleague from Gambia has said. We need to adopt the strategic plan and trust the experts to make the changes.
I think I said two. Both of them agree. So we take it that I shall now put the draft strategic plan for adoption. Strategic plan for adoption, yes. Is that agreed to? The plan is adopted, but there is a procedural issue being raised. Let's hear the procedure issue.
Mr. President, thank you so much. The matters raised by members here are very highly critical. We still have some days here, and the consultant still has some time here with us. Why the rush, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Members have proposed matters to do with the provision of activities within the strategic plan. They've proposed so many critical things here, Mr. President. Kindly reconsider that decision to adopt now before you have something final for this House. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of democracy, Honorable Patrick, sorry, I've maybe mispronounced your surname. I would rather use his first name. You will agree that this is your first appearance today. You want also to appreciate that we had a 2-day workshop, and I know you are busy in Uganda. We also had a presentation by the consultants in this chamber, and we members raised, after the workshop, they presented, and the members proposed amendments on the document. And then we wanted to adopt that day, and then we said, no, we won't adopt. Go and clean the document. Now they've come back, having cleaned, members raised new issues. So it's not about, we have not rushed. We actually had an opportunity to comment and send them back. I think it was last Thursday. Now we are back. Members have added. So otherwise this document would come back for a third time if we do it. That's so we can't say rushed. This is the second, apart from the workshop, it has appeared in the House twice. I think that cannot be seen as a rushed document. A rushed document in my parliament, a minister comes at 2 p.m. or 3, they want their whatever bill, they want to suspend the rules of rising at 7, and that same afternoon you quickly pass the law. That's a rushed law. But I think we've been fair to this process. I think the consultants should take note of the comments. But this is not the end and the end of everything. This document will go back to the members and the committees. And the committees are empowered through the office of the clerk to summon the consultants if they need some further improvement. Because after all, a strategic document that is not cast in stone. Every committee has room to continuously improve and renew depending on the situation that they are in. So, Honorable Patrick, I request that in view of the fact that this is the second time with comments from members that the consultants are here, we accept the adoption, and then each committee can summon the consultants if they see that they need to improve further. Now, adopted. Sorry. Okay. The clerk will make announcements. So, clerk announcements.
Honorable President, lunch will be at honorable members' costs, and there's no other announcement for this time.
So the House stands adjourned until 2:30 this afternoon, when we will, sorry. Honorable members, when we come back at 2:30, the business will be election of the first vice president coming from the northern region. I want to plead to you that all of you be punctual at 2:30 when we count the numbers of those present, or the number of members present in the chamber. Should the numbers not be the ones that would be acceptable in terms of the rules, it means there will be no elections. So, can we ask, I know there are some people in this room who are around, who have not come for the morning. Maybe they are just coming for elections, I don't know. Can we please encourage everybody, caucus chairpersons, please encourage everybody. We have a bureau meeting right away, and I want to announce that after the elections, we will hold a bureaucracy meeting in Committee Room 3. So if there are any members who are members of bureaucracies who are not around, tell them that there will be a bureaucracy meeting this afternoon after the sitting in the afternoon. The House stands adjourned. Sorry, Honorable Yusuf.
بسم الله. شكرا سيد الرئيس على إعطاء هذه نقطة نظام فقط لهذه.
Thank you for giving me the floor, Mr. President. This is a point of order with regards to the election. I think that everybody is aware that the election is going to take place today to fill the position of first vice president, and that the position is going to go to the northern region. I would therefore like to ask Mr. President that all the members of the Pan-African Parliament be urged to make sure that they are here this afternoon to vote for the first vice president. I would really like this message to be put on the WhatsApp group and other platforms.
All of you be here by 2:30. Thank you very much. We adjourn until 2:30.
Of November and will end on the 15th of November 2024. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, addressed the plenary of the Pan-African Parliament on the State of the Union. The African Union, driven by its vision of an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa, has been working tirelessly to promote citizen inclusion and cooperation among member states. At the heart of this effort is the Pan-African Parliament, a critical institution that represents the voices of the African people.
We are a family. We've come to transact business for the continent. It will be 2 weeks of engagement by MPs on issues of the continent and the people on this continent, who generally, the majority, are facing serious difficulties to survive.
The Pan-African Parliament plays a vital role in shaping policies that addresses numerous challenges that hinder the continent.
Dans sa conception, le Parlement panafricain a été envisagé pour être la voix des peuples. Au sein de l'Union africaine, il est impératif d'envisager une allocation adéquate des ressources au Parlement.
Mimi kama Kenya kwa mfano na nchi zingine, nikitoa pesa zangu za mwananchi wa kawaida, ningependa kujua hiyo pesa inatumika namna gani. Yani kizungu anaitwa oversight.
Our consultative role, our advisory role, allow us to debate on that budget of the union. Given that the budget is a budget of the taxpayers needs transparency and accountability, it should come to the representatives of the people.
أركز اليوم مداخلتي في التغيرات المناخية. مشكل التغيرات المناخية سيد الرئيس، عندنا الجفاف، عندنا الفيضانات، وعندنا كذلك المجاعة.
C'est le serpent qui est en train d'aller se mordre la queue. Pendant qu'ils reconnaissent ça, il nous faut un minimum de budget. Donc, en 2025, là, il va falloir que nous sautons sur l'occasion pour que nous ayons un plan de travail annuel qui croise vraiment tout ce qui concerne le challenge.
I believe that Agenda 2063 cannot be achieved if all of us here in the future who will govern Africa during 2063 cannot understand Pan-Africanism.
If we become a leader in a society, we must make sure that the principles
of Pan-Africanism is well understood and digested. And not only digested, it has to be practicalized in a sense that we have to live by the principle that is to unify Africa under one umbrella.
The parliamentarians should be able to make an effort to advocate within their member countries so that the commitments that the countries agreed towards the realization of resource mobilization for the continent are achieved.
Qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, nous regorgeons des richesses inestimables et que cette manne profite les autres continents, sauf celle qu'on a besoin le plus, à savoir l'Afrique. D'après vous, quels sont les obstacles et les freins qui handicapent notre continent pour développer des industries avec les matières premières que nous disposons?
We must promote our culture. Stop this language that divides us.
Thanks to your collective wisdom and high sense of responsibility, it is therefore high time to ensure the transformation from a consultative body to a parliamentary institution with full legislative powers.
The Agenda 2063 is a continental development plan for Africa whose achievement will lead to an integrated, prosperous and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens and represent a dynamic force in the international arena. Agenda 2063 is committed to ensuring economic transformation that leads to higher standards of living for Africans. Improved education standards driven by a skills revolution founded on science, technology and innovation. Unity in society where democracy and good governance prevail and the universal principles for human rights, justice and the rule of law are pursued. Modern agriculture that leads to food security, improved productivity and production. Development of a blue ocean economy for accelerated economic growth. Protection of our environment and natural resources and the growth of renewable energy sources. Building world-class infrastructure across the continent. Establishment of functional and capable institutions supported by transformative leadership. A peaceful Africa where security and stability is guaranteed and guided by a fully functional and operational African peace and security architecture, APSA. Promoting an African cultural renaissance embedded in the ideals of Pan-Africanism. Full gender equality in all spheres of life. African youth are engaged and empowered. Establishing Africa's own financial and monetary institutions that take full responsibility for financing Africa's development. Access to quality health services and proper nutrition for all citizens. An Africa that commands its place in global affairs, working with partners who will promote and support our economic development. Let us unite to build the Africa we want. Visit www.au.int to learn more about Agenda 2063.
The fourth ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament opened on the 4th of November and will end on the 15th of November 2024. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission,
see behind you.
Wait, he's talking to people.
Let me know when you get closer.
With the mic. No, they're not. It's just you and Mongo.
I see. You told me this from day one.
Oh, close the mic. Yeah, we told you, nah? We gave you a good orientation. And mind you, he's gonna come back and just walk past you. He won't even wait.
The moment you see him, let me know. The moment you see him, let me know so that I announce.
Yeah.
Hmm?
So when you put it on, just put it on slightly and seconds.
So it's heavy.
Okay, my God. Thank you.
It's at the back.
They took the name tag. The president. Listen, everybody's talking. I think it's curious. Sometimes also curious. Where's that girl? Yeah, they're not good. That's what I'm saying. Everybody's carrying their She has her own. But what about the president and the vice president? Yes, because they answer. If I see her coming this way, I'm gonna put her way.
Honorable members, Mr. President.
Good afternoon. Take your seats. Oh, the number is in a lot. Good afternoon, honorable members. I shall call upon the clerk to read the third order of the day.
Honorable President, election of the first Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament.
Thank you. I shall now call upon the clerk to confirm the quorum for the sitting of the Parliament. I'm advised that there may be strangers in the chamber. Stranger means you are not a member of parliament. So for now, even the ushers, can you go outside the chamber, be where those white seats are or behind the ushers? Will summon you from there whenever we need you, so that the counting is accurate.
This one needs to be the quorum for city. The city. Quorum of city.
Meeting of parliament.
Simple majority of members. So it's
Quorum and voting. The simple majority of all members. This is where it becomes a problem.
yeah, but this is just for the city.
And it says quorum of meeting, voting, governed by the following principles. Each member, it's not this one, I remember.
Procedure including decision assembly.
No, there is somewhere. Sorry.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. We would like you, please, to explain to you why are you counting the honorable parliamentarians today, and today in particular. Thank you.
They are still doing some mathematics and will then explain everything. I'm waiting for the staff to give me the information. Right, can we be orderly? I just want to be very, what we are doing is in terms of the procedures. Can you give us time to do what we are doing? And then if there will be explanations, welcome. I'm one of the most deep and democratic person in the world. So don't doubt that you are, whatever is correct from you will be accepted. If you have anything that's correct, that will be accepted.
President, President,
Mr. President,
And then we'll give a comprehensive explanation.
President, c'est un point d'ordre.
it's a motion, Mr. President. This is a motion of procedure, Mr. President. Mr. President, I have asked for a motion of procedure.
On n'a pas tous signé.
Have not all signed. Mr. President, Mr. President.
We are all silent, so there is no one who are ordering anything because we are all silent. Nobody's talking that you can say, I want to order from them. Can you just sit down? We'll come to you, we'll give you the floor, you speak. No need to be impatient.
Président, on a demandé des motions.
President, Mr. President, we have asked for motions of procedure.
Faut nous lire complètement les actes.
Honorable members, the clerk and the team have been doing some arithmetic, adding some numbers. But I want to quickly respond to the issue of why are we counting now when we didn't count since last Monday. I want to praise the honorable member who has raised this question. It's a very good question, and I'm happy to receive that question. The issue of quorum is respected if there could be likelihood of a lawsuit which is based on the composition or the numbers that made a particular decision. If there's potential challenge of the decision. Now, when we sit in the morning at 9 and there are 40, 50 people and some are late, because we are not passing any decision that can be challenged by anyone, we proceed with business. That's basically the attitude. And I'm just being advised that the last week we kept counting every day. It's me, what's the staff? How many are we? We were revolving around 93, basically on average. This morning we were below 70, but the number is now improved from morning. I want to emphasize that sitting, debating without any legal consequences in terms of challenge, that a decision should be made by this House in terms of the rules which say there shall be so many numbers, that's okay. But if it is just debating and no decision, or if it's for information, if I come in this chamber and I found there are only 20 people, and I'm only relaying a message, just a message from somewhere to say, by the way, you are all informed that on Thursday we are all going to Cape Town. That has no legal consequences. No one can say there was no quorum, because I was just giving you information. And when we debate, there is no voting. But where there is a potential for voting, and I want to repeat that one, you have to go back to the rules. Because when voting has its own rules, in order for you to vote, there shall be so many numbers. But if there's no voting, we sit. That is basically why we have counted today, because voting requires certain rules of voting, which then says there should be a quorum. And I can repeat that point. There should be a quorum because we are going to vote. As you know, the rules say, even if there is one candidate, we should vote. That's what the rules say. Right. Is that clear for those who raise that question? Is that clear? Honorable Yusuf? Yes.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm talking to you as the chairman of the Northern Caucus. You know that this vacant position is dedicated to the Northern Caucus. Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. You know, Mr. President and dear colleagues, and I'm talking to you here as the chairman of the caucus of North Africa. The position we're talking about is dedicated to the Northern Caucus. And we in the Northern Caucus have agreed that this position will be given to Mauritania, and we have selected Dr. Fatoumata in order to fill this position. We do not reject the rules. And we represent Africa. We have all come here democratically, and we have to comply with the rules. Mr. President, we are not talking about the election of the Bureau. We are talking about a vacant position. And this will be given back to those who have occupied it. So we're not really talking about election. We're saying that this position will be given to somebody who will fill it from the Northern Caucus. This is why I'm saying that this is not exactly an election, but a continuation of the mission of Mauritania. We in the Northern Caucus have agreed that Mauritania will continue to occupy this position. So I would kindly request you to adopt and agree on appointing Mrs. Fatoumata in order to occupy this position, and this is not contradictory with the rules. So the honorable from Mauritania does not have any competitor, and so this is one position, and we do support the honorable lady from Mauritania in order to continue occupying this position. Thank you.
Excellent, Honorable Yusuf. And I tell you, in terms of my heart and spirit and love, I belong to the Northern Caucus. So we are together. We are together. But let's do the minimum legal requirement. Then we find a better conclusion. Because if we change the procedure at this stage, it may not be wise. Let's get the point where we say, in view of this difficulty, and I'll give you the floor again, allow me to call upon the clerk.
President,
allow me to call upon the clerk. Allow me to call upon the clerk. I'll give you your chance. Allow me to call upon the clerk. Allow me, I'll not give anyone the floor now. Allow me to call upon the clerk. What you are going to say will be said later, I know. And I know what you want to say. So let's do the minimum. And then we get a point where we say, at this point, let us repair the situation. It will be a bad precedent for me to end where we are now. So allow the clerk to explain, and then we'll come back probably to the same conclusion. Thank you. I hope the interpreters are putting it so clearly the way I'm putting it. Interpreters, please put it so clearly. Otherwise, you cause more hands on the floor. Madam Clerk, take the floor.
Honorable President, I would like to read the following rules for the further deliberations of the House. I'll start with Part X of the rules of procedure currently prevailing. On quorum and voting, Rule 55, quorum of a meeting of Parliament. The quorum for a meeting of Parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of the members. I'll also read Rule 56 on voting. Voting in the House shall be governed by the following principles. A, each member shall have one vote. B, decisions of the House shall be made by consensus. C, where there's no consensus, decisions of the House shall be made by a 2/3 majority of the members present and voting. D, where a matter is procedural and includes the question of whether a matter is one of procedure or not, the decision shall be made by a simple majority of members present and voting. And E, where there's an equal number of votes, the presiding officer shall have a casting vote.
Done.
And then Rule 16 on the election of members of the Bureau. Elections of members of the Bureau shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of Article 12.2 of the Protocol and the present rules of procedure. I'll stop there and begin to present the figures of the quorum for the meeting of Parliament.
Don't be disruptive. This is an election process. I respect and I hear some of your voices. I don't like the North more than myself. You seem to want to be more Northern than me. Yes, though I may come from Zimbabwe, but I also love the North. So don't show as if you represent the North more than the president. Can we have confidence in what we are doing? Thank you.
With the permission of the President, I'll just like to complete the reading of Rule 16. I'd read Rule 16.1, which says the election of the members of the Bureau shall be conducted in accordance with the provisions of Article 12.2 of the Protocol and the present rules of procedure. 16.2, at a general election of members of the Bureau, the President shall be elected first. 3, ad hoc committee of 5 members constituted by an elected representative from each regional caucus shall organize and preside over the election of the President.
That's not important because we're not electing a president.
Yes. 4, 4, Excellency, the election of the vice presidents shall be presided over by the President. Sub 5, the election of the President and the Vice President shall be carried out at the first sitting of the Parliament following its inauguration, or at the sitting immediately following the vacancy. 6, the election shall be carried out by secret ballot and a simple majority of the members present and voting.
We are going round and round.
All right.
People are becoming impatient.
Okay.
I think we talk of nomination. The nomination required 2 people. 2 people registered, whatever, were identified. 1 is withdrawn. I think that's the type of issue that we want to hear about. Huh? Yes. Yes.
Would like to pause slightly to retrieve the procedural guide that refers to those procedures.
Right. Madam Craig, it's written here, you have written it here, where you say, I have received nominations for 2 candidates. That should come from you. It's not the president who receives. And that someone withdrew, there is now 1 candidate. I thought that's important. In terms of the rules,
I'll proceed as directed to the President to indicate that with regard to the nominations for the position of the first vice president, I have received the nomination forms for 2 candidates, ensuring equal representation of men and women as prescribed in Appendix A in accordance with Rule 15(1) and 3 of the PAP Rules of Procedure for the following honorable members. Candidate 1, Honorable Dr. Fatimetu Habib from Mauritania, and 2, Honorable Sow Musa from Mauritania. I wish to inform the House about the withdrawal of candidates in accordance of Rule 15(5), and I do announce the withdrawal of Honorable Sow Musa. Regarding the numbers in the House, a full parliament of the Pan-African Parliament is constituted by 270 members, excluding Eritrea, that has not ratified the protocol. 25 member states are under sanction: Burkina Faso, Mali, Guinea, Sudan, and Niger, which reduces the number by 25. There are 4 countries that have gone for elections, which reduces the number further by 20. These are Guinea, Sao Tome, Principe, Botswana, and Togo. From this, we reduce a further 8 members of parliament from the countries that have less than 5 members in their delegations sworn in. This includes, these countries are Tanzania, Liberia, Cameroon, Nigeria, and South Africa. Therefore, our calculation is that a quorum for this sitting, a simple majority of a quorum for this sitting would be 110 based on a membership list of 217. Present in the room are 90. With respect to Rule 56 on voting in general, where the threshold is 2/3 of members present and voting, this would come to 60 members of parliament. Thank you.
سيد الرئيس نقطة النظام قراءة خاطئة القانون.
Mr. President, point of order, please. Madam Clerk, point of order.
We need 60. Thank you. Bravo. C'est bon, on n'a pas compris. C'est pas toi. يا جابر على كترات السنة دي
بريزيدون
Thank you. If we allow too many questions, it's no longer an election. But let us proceed as decision makers. And I don't know those questions, whether they will change or want to proceed to another stage. Honorable, yes. Yes, go ahead.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President. My name is Honorable Fada Boudbig. I'm a member of the Algerian Parliament, and I chaired the committee for the selection of our candidates. And I think that the current bureau, can you hear me?
أعيد فأقول أنا الأستاذ فتحي بوطبيق أستاذ في القانون.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I am an MP from Algeria, and it was a great honor for me to preside over the committee for candidates to the vacant positions in our parliament, and concerning the rules to that effect. I would just like to say, with all the respect, that we have spoken about the rules, and this parliament has voted, including voting for you recently. And all the decisions that are taken by the Pan-African Parliament have to abide by the rules. So, first of all, we have rules on the elections, and we spoke about a simple majority. And in terms of revising our rules of procedure, we need a different amount, and that is a 2/3 majority. So it's simple majority for voting in candidates, simple majority +1. And to change the rules of procedure, it's a majority of 2/3. And at the opening of the first session of Parliament, the President announces all the decisions that are to be taken during a session, and then the type of voting is decided upon. For example, if a vote is required on the budget, there are rules with regards to the type of majority required there. So let us not be confused, and we are talking about the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, the vacant seat of the first Vice President. And as the Parliament of the African people defending human rights, we need to be very clear about the rules and the way we should apply the rules when voting.
Very brief, got a point. Make the point you want to give us. Then if it's good, we proceed. Just make the point.
سيد الرئيس. أخيرا سيد الرئيس، أخيرا سيد الرئيس، لدينا ثقة كبيرة في شخصكم. لدينا كبيرة في شخصكم الكريم، وأنتم ما عانيتم في الانتخابات السابقة، ونعتبر أن اجتماعات البرلمان قانونية والتصويت يجرى، وهذا طبقا للقانون.
Arabic translation, no Arabic translation. It's actually interpretation.
سيد الرئيس. Mr. President, are you listening? Please, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was saying earlier that we trust you, the Bureau, and the Northern African Caucus, and we all throw our full support behind Dr. Fatoumata, and we would like to proceed with the official election of our sister. And we spent the morning going over our strategic plan, and we did that very successfully. And now let us proceed with the election. Thank you.
وقف زين عند اختي اعطيك الطياره كلام وشو ها ها
But big, I was listening to see if. Hello.
Is this one?
Hello. Hello. Can we be orderly?
But this is even more, is a voting. And you see, it's following quorum straight. So it's 56C.
Look. Yes.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Honorable Hamad Haidar from the Kingdom of Morocco. And I am a doctor of law. And I have read the rules, the current rules of procedure. And I would like to reaffirm, Mr. President, that we all are wanting to work together democratically within the framework of the current rules. And we are here to fill the vacant position of Vice President, first Vice President. And this was following the nomination of the previous first vice president to a position of minister for the government of Mauritania. So the position goes to the Northern Caucus. It was all agreed, and the Northern Caucus unanimously selected Dr. Fatoumata to fill the position.
Is law.
Yes, yes.
Well, we are telling us what we know about Masauda leaving. We know that.
Okay.
So just tell us about those.
Yes, in terms of the article on the election of vice presidents, it's Article 16, and point 6 says that elections should be by secret vote, and it is simple majority of all the members present. We do not need a quorum. Thank you to Madam President, Madam Clerk, for the details on how many members are present. But according to the rules of procedure, it's a simple majority of those MPs present. So we are not talking about the election, the first election. We're talking about filling a vacant position. And my next point is that a quorum is necessary for all the work that we do as the parliament, and we, of course, need to respect the rules on quorum, but it doesn't necessarily apply here.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We understand Rule 16.6. You have explained it. We have
But I'm not finished.
Yes, Rule 16.6. We note it. We have noted it. Do you have any other rule?
Yeah. عندي أمور أخرى إضافية ينبغي أن أقولها سيد الرئيس. أنا لا
I have other points that I wanted to raise, Mr. President. And there are 2 points that I wanted to add. Firstly, if we need to verify the quorum, then we should go ahead and do that so that whatever decision is taken by the House is not put in question. But in terms of the re-election of the first vice president to fill a vacancy, we don't need to check a quorum. And the last point I wanted to make is that the members of the Secretariat have based themselves on the number of signatures that they have before them, but there are members in the House who haven't signed that document. I, for example, have not yet signed that register.
As you sit down, you gave us 16.6. Read Rule 55. Please. Rule 55. But anyway, we are going round and round. I don't think anybody is going to come up with any magical answer, even if you debate. I think we understand this matter even better than those who have PhDs in law.
Chair, observation, please.
We can debate, but I don't think you have any clause, any rule which you cite, which will address the problem. So we would rather give us chance to assist the process.
Yes, let's continue with the process.
To assist
let's
the
continue.
process.
Let us not entertain debate here.
Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur le Président.
Motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President.
Controversial, please. Let's proceed. It's not controversial. You're not here to hear.
That's Rule 55.
Non, mais nous sommes en plénière, nous ne sommes pas dans le caucus. Il faut que le débat soit partagé pour tout le monde.
Mais vraiment,
ask for one, now 1 minute we switch you off. You have to tell us what is the rule. Don't debate about philosophies.
Mr. President.
merci. Monsieur le Président, moi je...
Mr. President, I'm not philosophizing. I just want us to be practical. The clerk gave us a whole list of rules, but you didn't tell us which is the rule that applies. Has the quorum been reached or not? Do we need a quorum or not? She spoke about, you have to tell us clearly, you have to tell us clearly which rules apply. Because this morning, when we voted on the strategic plan, there wasn't a quorum. And so if we apply what the clerk says.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Let's do this. We can talk and talk.
No. Soit on est en plénière, soit on est en caucus.
You know what? Before you raise your hand, can you put the date down? I know the answer myself to get out of this situation. So when I say talk, you don't give me the answer. You seem not even to know the answer itself. You are not coming up with the answers. Sorry?
Can I, Mr. President?
Yes, Honorable Kantuntu. With all the respect, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the answer is within the rules. But let me say this before I go to the rules, Mr. President. I am privileged to have been one of the 5 people who drafted these rules. 5 in 2004. Now let us go to the rules. For any sitting of this parliament, you need a quorum. And that is Rule 55. Any sitting, whether you are going for voting or not voting. And what does it say? It says the quorum of a meeting of parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of all members. So this particular meeting, you need the simple majority. You cannot read Rule 16.6 without reading Rule 55. They should be read together. Don't use one rule to defeat the other. Colleagues, nobody can say, especially for a lawyer, I'm really surprised that you don't need a quorum. I'm really surprised. I have taught law at postgraduate level. The issue about quorum is mandatory. If you don't have quorum, you can't have power to do business. So, how do we proceed? And I don't know where this conversation is coming from, Mr. President. How do we proceed? 1, can we ascertain whether we have a simple majority of all members? The answer from what they have read, we have it. Then after that, you go to Rule 16.6, which says the election shall be by secret ballot and a simple majority of members present and voting. That is not contradictory. We go to that process. Where is this anger and conversation coming from? Colleagues, you see, let's do things according to our rules. These rules are so simple. We are drafted. We don't need a PhD to interpret these rules. In law, they are really very simple rules. Second, right, Mr. President, and I implore you to be strong on this. If you go for a contentious issue and you don't follow the rules, then it gives an opportunity for somebody to challenge the decision. Why do we have ourselves challenge? You refer ourselves to the decision this House took some time back, which led again to the AU to rebuke us because we did things not in accordance with the rules. There is a candidate. We know the Northern Caucus does not wish to present another candidate. We go through the formalities of the rule and endorse their candidate. Where is the problem coming from? Where is the problem coming from? Orders, procedure. Really, Mr. President, I implore you, can we proceed in according with the rules, dispose of this matter, have our president from Mauritania, and we close this chapter other than indulging us in a very unnecessary debate. I thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry? No to the election, Mr. President.
Actually, Mr. President, it's not election, actually.
Right, let's do this. Let's do this. The clerk read out numbers which we couldn't even hear properly. That is the truth. The numbers that she read do not help us in this situation. If you want to proceed as plenary, you may, under Rule 56, voting in the House shall be governed by the principles, each one vote, blah, blah. It then says, where there is no consensus, decision of the House shall be by the two-thirds majority of right. So we may have to go the consensus route. We may have to go the consensus route. That is what can save us. Yes. Dr. Gayo.
Thank you, Honorable President, for giving me floor. I can see here, of course, it's very clear. This seat belongs to Northern region, and really I cannot understand why we are always having elections here at plenary. Unfortunately, the rule instructs us to do that. In order to start this business, I think Madam Clerk a little bit confused us. We need to have 110 members in the House. That's simple majority. In this regard, you can count from that simple majority, 50 plus 1. First, we need to have that majority, 110. So we should not violate our own rule. The only thing what we can do, I think, we can go by consensus and defend in future. That's the best way. If we go to the quorum and count the members, we need to have, before we start that business, the president should announce, should make sure that we have 110 members, eligible members in the House, which we don't have now. So the best way is to understand, with common understanding, this seat belongs to Northern region, and she's not opposed. Still, we can violate, but it's consensus. We can defend. We can, Honorable, let me finish. Let me finish, Honorable. I'm talking about the rules which you have read, Honorable from Uganda. We have also.
Honorable Kantuntu, yeah. You had the floor. Give opportunity to others also.
Yeah. In order to announce that we have quorum in the House, that members already constitute the quorum, we need to have simple majority, which is 110, as it was announced, which we don't have now. At this moment, we don't have. My humble opinion, just with consensus, to endorse this seat to Her Excellency from Northern region, who is from Mauritania, and proceed forward. I submit, Your Excellency. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Oh, Président.
S'il vous plaît, Monsieur le Président.
سيد الرئيس.
Monsieur le Président.
سيد الرئيس اعطينا الكلام بالترتيب من فضلك.
Wait, order.
الكلام بالترتيب الرئيس ما كنت.
Please, let's give us the.
Parliament, what we do, we adjourn. So you lose out. If you behave like this, we adjourn to tomorrow. Because we are disorderly, we are back to be laughed by their cameras here. These things will be played all over the world. Now look at the Pan-African Parliament, they are back to disorder. And no one should stand up. Raise your hand while seated. Raise your hand while seated, please. Right. Honorable Lucia. 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 Honorable Lucia, you have the floor. You can speak. Honorable Lucia, you have the floor.
Muito obrigada, Sr. Presidente. Boa tarde a todos.
Thank you. Looking at the numbers, we are dealing with a very serious matter here. We are parliamentarians and responsible ones. If we fail to reach a consensus, tomorrow we may be accused. Mr. President, I would like to invite the clerk to repeat again the required majority and the quorum that we have at the moment so that we may proceed, because we are just giving our opinions, our views, but we should not ignore our rules. For the information that was shared by the clerk, I would like to ask the president to invite the clerk to repeat the articles to be used and the quorum that we have at the moment so that we may proceed, Chairperson or President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Earlier, just before people started debating or lobbying for the floor, you said you read Article 55 and 56. 56 complements, and which says there is need for consensus. Now, the plenary is sovereign. We know that it's North Africa's turn or place. So plenary is sovereign. We can decide to go straight to the elections, and we can just go right away and we vote. I don't know why we are beating about the bush.
Président, il faut pas que ça soit un dialogue.
This should not be a dialogue between the Bureau and the Northern African Caucus. This is the plenary.
Fair. I don't even know who's talking. That's unfair. You have had about 10 people who are not in the Bureau who have spoken. And when the Bureau of 3 people speak, you then say it's a dialogue of the Bureau. We have gone for more than an hour without any Bureau member making any contribution. So let's be fair. And if you become emotional, you are not for a good solution. All those that are emotional, don't raise up your hands.
I'm here.
Because you make a mistake in your statement. Let those that are not emotional speak. This is not an emotional matter, it's a very simple matter. Very simple. Very, very straightforward. It's being complicated by yourselves. You are complicating this matter because even if I give you the floor, you have no solution which we can rely on. You have no solutions, but you just want to be heard talking. And you don't have any solutions, even if we give you. This is what I've seen. I've tried to listen to contributions, but none has a solution. None has to address Rule 55, Rule 56, Rule 16.6. If you put them together, then that person will be brilliant. He's brilliant, you read them all, and then you say, what's the way out? But ultimately, we'll find a way out, don't worry. We'll find a way out. You are the ones who are delaying us. Because you are taking the floor and you have no solution for it after all. Right, I take the floor. Yes, take the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس سأنطلق من
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to use a legal regulation that states that if there's a rule that is missing, I'm a UDC Boab from Tunisia. If there's one question is on the other rules become general, talking about the quorum and the election, the quorum for the meetings of the parliament to be present, we have this under Rule 55. So the quorum of the meetings of the parliament is a simple majority of the members for elections. Do not need to require a quorum. This is under Article 56 that provides some principles on the decisions on consensus and the two-thirds majority when we arrive at a consensus, or if it's about an issue of procedure. So we go revisit Article 16 of the simple majority. So, Mr. President, we are members of the North African region. We have supported the candidate of our sister Fatima. We are requesting everybody to vote and endorse the candidature of Mrs. Fatima as Vice President. Thank you, Honorable President.
Obrigado. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Madam Clerk, there was a request that you repeat what you had said.
Honorable President, the numbers for under Rule 55 for the constitution of a meeting. After calculation, the quorum is 110. The number of members in the room are 90. And in terms of Rule 55. If there's another rule in respect of which the numbers should be read, we can read. Just to take it step by step.
Okay, this is, honorable members, this is where we want people who can contribute beyond Rule 55. Okay, we have no quorum. It's clear. Instead of 110, we are 90. There's no quorum, that's clear. That is done, right. If you raise up your hand, you say, right, we have no quorum, but in terms of the other rule, or because of this, we proceed like this. That's better, that we find a solution. In white.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I've listened carefully to our clerk, I think we can go consensus way. And considering the caucus of Northern Caucus have decided that they want Habib to be the vice president, I don't know why we should have issues here. I think it's important now we go ahead, we do the voting, and we have consensus, and we finish these arguments here because we are wasting time.
The hand here. Yes, Madam.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, sorry, apologies. I'm still of the opinion that unless there's a rule that says that even when there's a consensus, that there must be a voting, if there's no rule, then since the Northern Caucus have decided on who is going to take that position for them, why don't we go on? I think I'm here to support what the last speaker just said. And I think if you allow people to keep talking, we'll keep saying the same thing over and over again. Let's just go on and let us know who the consensus candidate is, and we adopt it. Thank you, sir.
Just look.
Said Ibrahim Said.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس لدينا تجربة في هذا البرلمان.
Mr. President, we have an experience in this parliament. We don't want the Northern African region to use past experience in the parliament. If the quorum is achieved, as Madam Clerk has said, it has to be respected. Our candidate should be elected through election as Vice President. We do not want that there should be a consensus other people leave this hall and will talk about consensus all the time and so forth. So we want our candidate we don't want any consensus or appointment. The members of parliament present in this hall, we want them to proceed through voting so that she can occupy this post of vice president. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Brahim. Now, when you bring in voting, it then invites Rule 55. Once you say let's vote, you invite Rule 55. And yeah, if you want to vote, it means numbers. Maybe let's end like this for today. Please, let's end like this for today. Come with those that have remained in hotels tomorrow. Go and tell those who are in hotels. We are short of how many? 20? 20, we are short 20. If each caucus person can push very hard, we may find the right numbers. Then we could do two things. In terms of the rules of this parliament, we can refer this matter to the Rules Committee to meet tomorrow at 9 to assist us out of this. Rules Committee meet tomorrow at 9 and then come up with a proposal. Rules Chair meet at 9. We start session tomorrow at 10:30 so that we give enough time to Rules Committee. 10:30 we gather here. Encourage those that are somewhere else to come and join us. Then if we come back tomorrow, the Rules Committee has no solution, there is no quorum, we'll all go and dream about which solution. We'll come up with a solution, don't worry. But what we should avoid is to be violent and emotional. We are one parliament. So Rules Committee, please, go and look at this issue as a Rules Committee and look at whether we can proceed by consensus, whether this Rule 55 is inescapable. I think let's adjourn and we meet tomorrow at 10:30. Rules Committee will meet at 9. Sorry, the caucus meeting, bureaucracy's meeting has been moved to tomorrow. Tomorrow afternoon, bureaucracy's meeting tomorrow afternoon, not today. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow 10:30.